Hey everyone, welcome back. Back with another stream. It's been a couple weeks now, I believe. We got some more Elden Ring. Today is June 21st as of doing this, and it's Shadow of the Erdtree downloadable content actually released. Now there's a slight caveat to that. In order to access the downloadable content, or the core of it, I should say. I think there's like an extra character class you get or something if you start a brand new game. But if you want like the main content, which is, you know, the gameplay, the bosses, the world and whatnot, you access that through the normal campaign late into the game. I bought the DLC on Xbox, thinking I'd be able to just jump right into it. Turns out I beat the game with my last character and started New Game Plus, and so I'm all the way back near the beginning of the game, probably like within the first hour of the game, and so I was just gonna sit here and play the game all night, try to like get as far into the game as I can on New Game Plus, but then I thought, well, I haven't done an Elden Ring stream on YouTube in quite a while, and you know, I don't get a lot of views on these, but some of you guys out there really like these Souls-like games, especially the From Software variety, and I love Elden Ring. I've gone through the game about 6 or 7 times now. I've clocked hundreds of hours into it. It's probably like one of my most played single-player games of all time. It's crazy to even think. I never would have thought that when this game first came out. So... but yeah, I thought it'd be fun to just kind of like sit here and try to work my way through the main game on New Game Plus with my beefed up character and kind of see how far we can get, see how close we can get to accessing the downloadable content. If I can make it to the point where I can actually start the DLC, then maybe I'll just like cut the stream off there and then come back with like a Shadow of the Erdtree blind stream. That could be pretty interesting. I would like to do that. I don't know if that's going to happen or if it's even a possibility at this point, but we will see. So, but yeah, just give me a couple seconds here to get prepped. It is late afternoon as I'm starting this stream. Normally I start streams a little bit later in the day. However, yeah, just got off work. It's Friday afternoon, Friday night. And it's a little hot. It's late June, and it's been like 95, 97 degrees Fahrenheit the last week. It's been kind of crazy here in Northern Virginia, basically just outside the Washington, D.C. area. So my game room tends to get really warm when it's summertime. I've got big computer monitors and beefy computer, and all that stuff just heats up the room. And I've got my blinds open right now because my cat wants to look out, and so that's not going to help. Sun beats in at this time of the day, so I got to adjust a couple things, otherwise I'm going to burn my ass off during this stream, and I don't want that. All right, I see Freddy out there. What's going on, Freddy? And I saw Carlos. He was the first one to say something. So welcome back, Carlos. Hope you're doing well today. I saw Blue Flag Alpha. Chenti. What's going on, Chenti? Always good to see you. And I saw Dustin Mini. Welcome back, Dustin. And Raymond. What's going on, Raymond? We've got 2 channel members out there. Those badges. I love it. Alright, let's go ahead and jump into this. I did play this a little bit last night. So I basically started a new game with, well, I went to New Game Plus. Yeah, I don't think I started a brand new character. Yeah, I was thinking about starting a brand new character today just to see whatever, like, the new character classes are or something like that. But I did not do that, so this is just going straight into the game I was playing last night. So my character here is at level 170. It takes 206,000 runes to level up at this point, which is kind of crazy. But enemies drop a hell of a lot more runes at this point. You can see them down the bottom right. I'm at 186,000. Just a FYI for people just jumping in, I do have the stream latency set to normal, so there's going to be a much greater delay between my responses than usual, and that's to try to help the encoder a little bit, so you get better video quality. But chances are the stream quality is not going to be amazing unless you're watching on a tiny phone, because it's a visually impressive looking game still, even though it's a couple years old at this point, and it's visually dense, so that tends to kill stream encoders. So if we hit the back button here, you can see my map, and the areas with the yellow circlets, those are places I've been to already in this playthrough. Any other place is a place I haven't been to yet. And so the idea is to actually get all the way up here eventually. I forgot where it is exactly, but somewhere around here, there's a teleporter that takes you to Mohgwyn Palace, or Mohgwyn Palace. I forgot how it was pronounced. And then that will take me to kind of a secret boss, and then by going there, we access our downloadable content. However, we also have to fight another boss, which he's actually not ready yet. It's down here in Redmane Castle. So I did actually go there last night, and I fought the dual boss that you can down there. It was pretty easy. And so there's still, but I mean, so I guess the idea is to try to just like go fight a bunch of the core bosses to trigger this part of the game, but I'm still going to do other stuff at the same time, because like I'm on New Game Plus, which like beefs up the enemies and whatnot, so enemies do more damage, they might even have more hit points, and I have no idea what the DLC pack is going to entail in terms of like difficulty and whatnot. So I want to be prepared, so I might still kind of like grind out on stuff just to try to give myself a better chance at you know, succeeding at the downloadable content. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I could do. I don't even remember if I killed this dragon down here. Did I go down? Okay, I did come down this way, but I didn't really do much here. And there are a couple of items I need as well. Like, did I go to this tower? Like, some towers like that have some of my medallions that I need in order to progress. I went to Fort Height. I actually do want to come down here real quick. I haven't gotten any of these sites of grace down in this area, but I do want to check out this tower. So let's go ahead and just warp over here. And actually, one thing I can do, let's change it to nighttime. There are these, like, dark nights that appear overnight. And I don't remember if I actually killed this one here. There's one, like, right at this, this checkpoint. Okay, I'm not seeing him, so I must have. Hey, kind of like my my Dark Souls 3 streams, this is just going to be a pretty casual, you know, kind of hangout session, nothing too terribly special. Like I said, I was just going to be doing this anyway tonight, trying to play through this. I'm basically, you know, I was invited to go out and do stuff with some friends, and I was like, nah, Elden Ring's DLC came out today, I've been looking forward to it for a while, so I want to go ahead and just, like, spend time with the game. So I'm on my horse Torrent, and you can attack while you're on top of him. For anyone curious, I've got 3 weapons equipped. I've got the Hand of Millennia, so you get this after you beat Millennia, and I upgraded it to level 10. Same with the Axe of Godric. This actually carried me through the entire previous playthrough. Very good weapon. And then the Watchdog Staff, which is kind of similar to the Axe of Godric. It does a lot of damage, but it swings a little bit slower. But it's got a pretty sweet projectile, like magic projectile. And so I'll use that to keep distance. And of course I've got my torch. I think I maxed that out to level 25. Yeah, so we've got Erdtree's Favor, raises maximum HP, stamina, and equipment load. We've got the Great Jar's Arsenal, which vastly raises maximum equipment load. That way I can equip all this stuff up here and still have a decent roll. I've got the Crimson Sea Talisman, which boosts HP restoration from my flask. And then I've got the Cerulean Amber Medallion, which raises my maximum FP, which is my magic meter. Alright, so yeah, we're going this way. I could mark my map, but I don't think I really need to. Yeah, the thing about New Game Plus is, like, enemies across the board give you decent runes. Like, these guys just gave me 264 apiece, so as I'm running through the world, I'm gonna be, like, smacking enemies down just to collect their runes, because it's easy. There's a lot of enemies I'll just one or two shot at this point. And it basically, it all adds up. If you've never played Elden Ring, you can grab items on the overworld like this. You can use them for crafting. I've done crafting before, but I don't really find it particularly useful unless I needed like a specific item, like a type of elemental grease or something like that, like ice grease or whatever. But I don't really need that stuff. Maybe on my first playthrough I did, but on every other playthrough since, I haven't really needed any of that stuff. Yeah, looks like we got a cave here. I'll go ahead and do that. A lot of these caves have bosses and whatnot. Lots of smithing stones that you can get, but I don't really need the smithing stones unless I plan on... Oh, I don't know. Maybe grabbing or upgrading like some other special weapons I might find in the downloadable content. Yeah, it actually feels so good playing this game again, because I did a full playthrough of Dark Souls 3 about 2 weeks ago, and there are some really nice quality of life changes, or I should say additions to Elden Ring, that made going back to Dark Souls 3 not super difficult, but definitely a little more difficult than I was expecting. So I've got a really good special attack with Melania's weapon here. Hold down the L2 trigger. And just wreck shit. And then, of course, if I wanted to, if they're flying like that, I can... Oops. Gotta go two-handed. Wow, that does a ton of damage to those guys. Oh, I love it. Alright, let's go ahead and heal. I've got plenty of flasks. My flasks are maxed out. So whenever I played Souls games in particular, I always went with like lighter weapons that attacked faster. But with Elden Ring, after my first or second playthrough, I started experimenting with some of the heavier weapons, and it's definitely worth it because what happens with the really heavy weapons, I mean, and this happens with, you know, your regular Souls titles as well, is you'll stagger enemies so much faster. It's pretty ridiculous. And you gotta remember, I'm on New Game Plus, so I'm severely overpowered for these, you know, earlier areas in the game. So a lot of boss fights like this, you're gonna notice that I'm just gonna tear right through them, pretty much like with no issue. And that's what's kind of fun about doing a New Game Plus run after you've beaten. Really, any Souls title is like this when you do New Game Plus. It's just kind of going through it again, but like wrecking stuff so quickly. It's fun. But again, my only major worry is actually getting to the DLC and then maybe getting my ass handed to me because, you know, traditionally From Software downloadable content is a lot more difficult than the base games. Typically, From Software downloadable content is meant for, like, end-game characters. Switch back to my sword. I thought there was a Site of Grace down here, but I always forget. Alright, let's go back across that bridge. Because I did want to still... Wow, I'm still pretty far away. Let's put a marker there. We'll put a marker here. And then we'll put a marker there. And we'll just hit all the markers. So you can see on the heads-up display up top. There's 3 markers. And it looks like marker number... Is that number... Marker number 2 is where I want to go. That's the closest one. Yeah, 315 for that guy. It's just instant kills with this sword right now. Boom. It's basically free runes. And it's, you know, 300 runes, I guess, really isn't that much when you need 200,000 of them. But still, it all adds up. Nice, got some flasks back. So unfortunately, everything I've got in terms of like health refills and whatnot is basically maxed out. So grabbing this item, which is the Sacred Tear, isn't going to really do me any good at this moment. Okay, so the next marker... Oh, I should probably mark down here. Oh, I've got a marker somewhere else. I didn't even realize it. I don't know where it is. I don't know where my marker number 1 is. Where did I put it? Uh-oh. I heard you from a distance. Any other takers? Alright. Yeah, so that's number 2, that's number 4, that's number 3. Alright, marker number 1. Okay, so I'm pointing this way, and it says it's over here. There it is. Okay. I don't need that marker right now. I know I have to... Actually, I don't have to go up there. I think I've already done... Yeah. I think I already went to Renala. Yeah, I did. Okay. Alright, so actually, that's actually pretty cool. I thought I was going to have to do that, but apparently I've already done it. So this is a playthrough that I basically completed back in, like, January or something like that. And I guess after I beat the game, I still didn't have my fill, and so I started New Game Plus just to see, like, how easy everything would be. And so, all this stuff on this West Coast, that's what I did back in January. All this stuff on the eastern side, I did last night. So, from here all the way up to the top left was, you know, almost 6 months ago now. Yeah, the intent was to try to beat the game again, and then take a break, because I knew the downloadable content was coming sometime this year. And that time of the year is now. And hey, Adam, what's going on, man? He says, woo! Adam actually, Mr. Saikazu, just beat the game recently for the first time, which is pretty sweet. I hear someone. Alright. It's number 2. Just gotta follow to the number 2. We got some bats. Probably should actually level up since I've got 200 souls right now. 200,000 souls. I mean runes, not souls. We're not playing Dark Souls. But still, same thing. Freddy, when you play Operation Galuga, let me know what you think of it. I do want to pick it up, but I also don't want to pay the, you know, the price they're asking for it. It's one of those things where it's like, it looks okay, but it doesn't look good enough for me to want to prioritize that over other Contra games. Like, I still haven't finished Contra Shattered Soldier, Neo Contra, haven't beaten Contra 3 in ages. And then, Contra Hardcore Uprising. Now, what I love about fighting bosses outside is that you can just ride Torrent, which is my horse. When this game first came out, on my first couple playthroughs, I was just doing everything on foot. But some of these bosses out here, like, think you're really meant to try to use your horse. Also, apparently, this latest update, when you get to the final boss, the Elden Beast, you can actually ride your horse now, which is super cool. So next time I get to the Elden Beast, I want to try that. Yeah, but I think I mentioned it at the very beginning, but for anyone that missed it, we are playing on the Xbox Series X, and runs pretty well. I think we've got it in performance mode. It does do 4K, although the stream that you're seeing is at 1080p. because I don't have a 4K 60 capture card. I don't like those guys. I'm just gonna skip them. But the performance you're seeing here is it's exactly identical to how it would be running on a 4K TV. These guys up here are screaming. They're not actually enemies, it's just for the effect. Chetty says he picked up a physical copy of Demon's Tilt. Oh, nice. I didn't know there was a physical. Yeah, Demon's Tilt's a pretty awesome game. I did a blind stream of that years ago. Had a great time with it. Alright, so this tower here, I think it's actually going to... You know what? This might be one of those towers that warps me out. And let me go to this other marker first. Down here. And I'll go here while I'm at it. Oh, it was a limited run release. Okay, never mind. I'm not a huge fan of limited run.
Well, there's been an eight. How can I help?
Let's see what this guy's got. Yes, I do need those stone sword keys. And, I mean, since I've, gonna buy all these too, just in case. Okay, cool. So those stone sword keys, they allow me to unlock special doors. Alright, let's level up. I'm gonna keep trying to boost my endurance right now. I'm trying to just keep building that meter. And it boosts my equipment load too. And there's a mausoleum. I don't know if it's really worth doing that right now since, no, it's probably not. Godric's axe. Insta-kill. Oh, that's great. Fourth Church of America. Okay, so, I mean, that's basically all I really wanted to do, so... Tombsward Catacombs. Catacombs aren't really a bad idea, honestly, but it's not a big priority right now. Oh, actually, I probably do want to do that. All right, so let's go to number 2. So I want to try to do as many boss fights as possible. See how many bosses I can rip through. But these Everjails, they're basically boss fights. And this one actually requires a stone sword key. Gotta go into two-handed mode with this weapon. Yeah, Melania's special attack is like so good. It's the attack that she does to you. It's just like one of the worst attacks in the game. Yeah, I didn't get that many runes for that, but that's still pretty cool. Alright, so I'm gonna just warp over here. There was actually a cave I could have gone to as well, but those aren't like super high priority either. They're definitely helpful. Especially if they have... Yeah, I think most caves have boss fights. Adam, I can't remember. Did you actually beat Melania, or did you just give up on that fight? Oh, okay. Oh, you still haven't beaten her yet. Okay. Well, let me know when you do. Shanti says some of those jail battles were so hard. Yeah, there's several that are quite challenging, I would say. It's like the music doesn't even have time to really kick in, and then I kill everything. I'm so overpowered for these early areas. That's why it's fun. Oh, you've got Plasudusax. He's not that bad. Difficulty-wise. A transporter trap. Yeah, I think my issue with that fight was not so much the fight itself, but just the run back. Yeah, so these heavy weapons just do, like, insane stagger damage, or whatever you call it in this. I know there's got to be a term for it. Where they'll eventually keel over and you just do, you know, you can just wail on them or get a critical hit. Cannot be used now. Yeah, Adam, so, I mean, for that fight, you kind of want to stay towards, like, the side and even, like, the rear of him if you can, and then just, you have to learn how to dodge his attacks. Like, he's got those dive attacks where he flies off and then comes back, and, Alright, so... Question is, what do I want to do right now? So I don't really want to go there. Man, I actually do want to come into here. Okay. Man, I'm conflicted right now. Yeah, so when you do New Game Plus, all the locations you visited in the previous playthrough are still marked on the map, except for the Sites of Grace. So, like, I don't actually know what I've been back into on this playthrough, so... I must have done this fight. Let's see if I did this fight. So at specific shacks at nighttime, a bell-bearing hunter comes. And it's actually daytime right now. I must have offed that merchant because he's gone. I'm such a bad person. And sometimes when you do this, you have to rest again if you alter the time. Let's see. Ooh, I didn't do it. Okay. Ow. Yeah, that's a bad idea. Oh, good lord. This bell-bearing hunter, I think, is actually the hardest of the bunch. Let's grab my runes first, just to be safe. He's like the most resilient. He's got the biggest health pool. And he hits the hardest, so this is a legitimately difficult fight, typically. And if you get to this fight early, like, you're just gonna get wrecked. But I'm gonna be using this weapon, which might allow me to stagger him a little bit easier. He's also the kind of fight where you really can't do, like, multiple combos. I'm probably dead. Yep. And it's the kind of fight where you really don't want to try to heal out in the open. I mean, a lot of bosses in Elden Ring are like that, whereas some classic Souls bosses will just let you sit there and heal, but in Elden Ring, it's like they read your inputs, and they know that you're trying to heal, and they come straight after you. And that's exactly what he did. He did that projectile sword attack, which is just mean. But that's what I get for trying to heal right in front of his face. Yeah, see. Let's see if he appears now. Yeah, I have to refresh the area again. That's just how it works. It's kind of weird. There we go. Get a riposte. Nice, and again. Woo! Flawless victory. Fatality. Friendship. Friendship again? Wow, we got like 100,000 runes from that. That's crazy. Alright, that's not going to be enough to level up. Oh! Well, I'm not going to be using these. Hey, thanks, Dustin. Alright, how many souls do I need to level up? Alright. One strategy is just to come down here and kill a couple guys. Whoa, these guys are not screwing around. They're way beefier than the other dogs in Caelid. Oh, I've got enough already. That was enough. Yeah, one other thing I'm going to be trying to do on this is try to do most of the boss fights like without summons or spirit ashes. But if I start to get fed up with parts, I'll probably make an exception and, you know, start using those abilities. I really hated these guys when I first started playing this game, but it's one of those things that's like, I think they're really designed for you to fight them on horseback. I guess this is still technically Caelid. But this upper part is a little more dangerous than the lower and eastern part. And then when you get to Dragon Barrow, it's like everything's super dangerous. Alright. Where am I going? What am I doing? Farming for meat, I guess. One thing I could do is actually go to this Divine Tower. Actually, that's not the Divine Tower, is it? It looks like it is. Because there is another boss fight in there that's pretty tough, and he's normally a later game boss fight. Can't really see what I'm doing here. Bust out my torch. Having a torch on hand at all times is a really good idea in this game. There's a lot of dark parts. And right now it's raining and I can barely see what's going on. Okay, that's the wrong way. I guess going up here was actually the wrong way, period. And I don't think I can slip down. I think if I do... I mean, if I try to fall down intentionally, I think there's... The gap is too small, and I'm going to slip off when I land. So I took the wrong ladder. I should probably come up this way. There is, like, some puzzle platforming in this game. Especially once we're inside this tower. These big vertical sections are pretty tense. One false move and you gotta do it all over again. Alright, there we go. And I don't think I really need the rest. But we don't have the proper item yet to get in here. Or we haven't met the objective to get in here. Alright, I always have to remember how to do this. So I think we come along this way. And then we should fall down here. Just like that. And we're gonna have to land on this right here. Fall off very slowly. Okay, just enough. Here we go. Come on over this way. And just try to pass this guy. Ooh, ow! He just threw a firebomb in my face. Alright, I think this might lead us to our shortcut back here. But then there's this guy. Wow. No stagger for that guy either. I was expecting him to get, like, keel over. Alright, here it is. This is a long ladder. I should say a tall ladder. All right, just go backwards. Alright, this should take us to our boss fight. Or just about, anyway. Yeah, this should take us down there. I could see the site of grace. I'm just gonna run past this guy. See ya! Alright, this guy's probably gonna give me a real hard time, so we might not actually try him for long. We might come back later. Oh, actually I'm doing decent damage. Whoops! I'm totally mistiming that. Ow. Oops, I did not mean to do that again. Got him. Oh, his friend wants to have some fun. Come here, buddy. Oh, man. Godslayer's great sword. Alright, let's see. Use our inventory. Still need some more runes, but that's okay. I'll just warp out. Alright, so I want to mark that. And the Celia Crystal Tunnel might not be a bad idea. Oh, that's actually... Oh, I know where that is. That's down in the swamp. Okay. No, I guess this area is still... Yeah, it's still Dragon Barrow. And there are plenty of dragons here. What? Oh. Alright, it looks like I haven't done this one yet. Stagger. Stagger. Wow. Too easy. Oh, look at that. We've got some new load screens for the DLC. Alright, now Now I've got to figure out how to get back down into the swamp. Yeah, to do that I have to get across. V-Chill asks, is Elden Ring a part of the Dark Souls series? I think there are little hints here and there that it might be loosely related, but it's never said, like, overtly. But it is basically like an evolution of the Dark Souls series, 100%. In terms of gameplay and, you know, visual themes and whatnot. Boo. Yeah, not worth it. Definitely not worth fighting him. Yeah, so there was a really big dragon here. And, you know, he was so big he didn't actually move, but he spawned a bunch of those smaller dragons. And you can just kind of sit towards his tail in the back and just grind out on him, and then once you defeat him, he gives you a crap ton of souls, or runes, I should say. I keep calling them souls like it's Dark Souls. Dustin, it is kind of like a spin-off, yeah. I don't remember if I actually came up here, so I'm gonna do that. It's a pretty dangerous room. Ah, crap. That's not good. I'm probably dead. Yeah, I was poisoned too. Zotmeister, it's been 2 years and you still haven't played this game? Come on, man. Hurry up and play it. I'm surprised you, of all people, haven't played this. You're a huge Souls fan. But yeah, hi, Zotmeister. Bye, Zotmeister. For anyone that has played the main game, I'm not playing the downloadable content tonight because I don't even have access to it yet. Like, it's gonna take a while before we even get to the point where I can unlock it. That's one. Adam, I've never done that quest line. I got partway through his quest line and I had no idea what to do next, and by that time I had already, I think, done everything with Mohg and Mohgwyn Palace and whatnot, so... Vicho asks, what does everyone think of the new Zelda Echoes game coming soon? I don't really have any thoughts on it, really. It doesn't really look like my cup of tea. It seems a little more puzzle-centric than even your usual Zelda game, and so I probably won't be checking it out. Yeah, okay. I did need that, the Dectus medallion. Cool. Hey, big dogs, welcome back. So Adam, I'll tell you how to, once I clear out some of these enemies, so I can pull up the map, I'll show you where you get to Mohgwyn Palace. Oh, there it is. Okay. Man, that's one pissed off rat. Take some fire. Yeah, PS5 is totally worth it. It's a better PS4 box than a PS4 is. You know, everything loads so much faster. Just the quality of life improvements there in and of itself is I think it's worth it just for that. But there's a lot of really good PS5 games as well. Personally, myself, like, I thought it was worth it just for Demon Souls, that remake. Like, that's a really beautiful looking game still, 4 years later. Alright, let's see. Dragon Barrow Cave. Yeah, I probably should try to go there too. Might as well, since I'm here. But the great thing about modern consoles is, like, you don't even have to really like modern games for them to be worth it, because they have so many retro-inspired or actual retro titles on them. Most of my library for PS4 and PS5 is more old school style stuff. Do I think there are better games than Elden Ring? I mean, that's kind of an open-ended question. I mean, not every game is even in the same genre as Elden Ring, so... I don't know. What I will say is I really like Elden Ring a lot. It's easily either my favorite modern game or one of my favorite modern games up to this point, and probably will remain so for a very long time. But I also don't play a lot of modern games, and I also don't play a lot of open world games. So I don't even think I'm really the right person to ask for that. But what I love about the Soul series in general is that it really meshes the old school with the new. You know, they're difficult games that require you to learn patterns and memorize and play skillfully. You know, it's hard to slop your way through even Elden Ring. It doesn't hold your hands. Right, so I did want to actually find another site of grace, but it's on the other side of this bridge, actually. Hey, buddy. Wow, I was not expecting him to take him out so quickly. I don't even think he did a single fire-based attack, which is kind of crazy. V-Chill says, is Tailspin the best NES game of all time? No. Definitely not. Although I know you were joking, I had to just say that. Yeah, Adam, it is nice being able to just really wreck stuff on New Game Plus. Because on your first playthrough, you're probably not going to be wrecking stuff. Not this early in the game, at least. You want to access the DLC, but you have to beat Mohg first. Yeah, that's basically what I'm trying to do here. Is, I didn't want to start a brand new character, because that'll take way longer. So I decided to use one of my New Game Plus characters and try to access the DLC that way. Oh, I still need another 1,000. Jeez. Actually, you know what? I could just do this. Alright, we're good. Really boosting that stamina meter. It's almost as big as my health meter. Alright, there's not really much I need to do in this area. I mainly just wanted to kill that dragon, but there's also a cave down below. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea to go to. If we're talking about trying to get, you know, more runes and stuff like that. Golden seeds are unfortunately useless right now. Hey, buddy. What you doing? Heh. I barely did anything. Oh, man. Surprised he's not talking to me. This is probably a really bad idea. Whoa, I still got hit. I mean, Vicho, that's what you should probably expect from any Nintendo release at this point, because the Switch is... I mean, the Switch was outdated hardware when it came out. I mean, it's not that much more powerful than a Wii U, and the Wii U is a 2012 console, so... just something to keep in mind. It'll probably still be a good game, though. Yeah, there's really only so much they can do with the visual style in a game like that on the Switch. Sucker, you think you're tough? I just beat the Nameless King at Dark Souls 3. You're nothing to me! Oh, yes! I hate these guys so much. They're some of my least favorite enemies in Elden Ring. Oh, alright, later, Adam. Hey, feel free to pop in later, man. I'll be here for a while tonight. Whew, that was a lot of runes for that, too. Oh. Oh, right, man. There's another 8,000 right there. Yeah, I'm willing to wager that the downloadable content is really meant for characters that are probably about at my level right now. So by me kind of taking my time and beefing up a little bit, it'll probably put me on more even footing. I highly doubt I'm going to go into the DLC and be OP. I think it's still going to steamroll me. Because that's what From Software downloadable content usually does. Hey, Vornak, how are you doing? Welcome back. Ow. Yes, I agree. I actually would love to see a Castlevania DS collection. I don't even care if it's just 3 games, because the games are pretty long. That's a lot of content just for 3 games. But then again, they could always toss on another Castlevania game that hasn't been brought to a modern platform, like Castlevania Chronicles on, PS1, or Castlevania the Dracula X Chronicles from PSP. Kind of like they put Dracula X from Super Nintendo on the Game Boy Advance collection. They could do something similar with the DS collection. I'd be completely up for that. I'm like the dogs and giant birds in Caelid early in the game. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I think we might have hit our cap on endurance. Alright, let's try to find this cave. Hey, Internet Junkie, welcome back. It's right below me. VHL says, I bought an original Xbox a while back. He thinks it has a lot of great games. Yeah, it does have a lot of great games. Xbox, I think, is kind of an underrated platform. A lot of people... I mean, it did well back in the day, but, you know, between Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo back then... and some of us Dreamcast holdovers, you know, not everybody got to experience it, and so, you know, I think people that either just had a PS2 or just had a GameCube, I think they also probably just naturally snubbed the Xbox, but there was a lot of stuff you couldn't get on either of those two platforms, those other two platforms, I mean. And it definitely had the strongest hardware of the bunch. With some nice visual effect features that I don't even think were possible on the other two platforms. Like, I don't think GameCube could do bump mapping. I don't think it could anyway. I don't ever recall seeing it in action. Yeah, there's some great software in the original Xbox. It's got a big library, actually. I even sometimes forget how large that library is. Alright, this is like a twofer boss, which is going to be kind of... probably a pain. Oops, I didn't want to do that. I just love how heavy this weapon is. It just like stops them dead in their tracks. It's so good. But Ninja Gaiden Black shouldn't be about button mashing so much as it is like timing your attacks right. If you're button mashing in that game that's hurting your hand, you're probably playing it wrong. I would learn to just be like, you know, tap, 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 tap. Like time your attacks in the game. Don't mash buttons in that. Vornax says, and The Rock was at the OG Xbox reveal, and Bill Gates. PS2 and GameCube couldn't say the same. All right. Good deal. Alright, so I do want to go back to this swamp. So let me come this way. Yeah, that cave I actually didn't know about before. I found it last night. I was like, how did I miss this in my other playthroughs? Alright, which way do I go? How do I get down there? Probably have to loop all the way around this way.
Welcome.
Dear customer.
Yes, right. Well, you.
Let's see what he's got.
I'm hungry.
Nothing I really want. Okay. So there's going to be another boss fight in this area. So we'll try to track him down. There's also a town I want to... Actually, I think I've already accessed the town. I don't actually have to do that. You basically have to be on your horse in this area, otherwise you get the Scarlet Rot and then you will die. Rock Sling. The thing about Elden Ring is, like, it's so easy to get distracted. I was telling my brother the other night, like, I'll tell myself, oh, I want to complete this objective. It should only take me a few minutes. And, like, on the way to that objective, I end up getting sidetracked and doing another objective, and then something else pops up, and then I do that objective, and then something else pops up, and then by the time I get to the thing I originally set out to do, it's like 4 hours later. Hey, Captain N, welcome to the stream. I like how those rocks glow. Just looks cool. Yeah, one thing I don't think I did was go to this cave. Yeah, because there was no teleport to the cave, so there's no site of grace at the cave. Looks like I've already missed it, actually. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna use this. Yeah, I saw you comment on a bunch of them earlier this week. I appreciate that. I'm glad that you know, you're finding them useful. Thanks for checking them out. I appreciate it. I can't bring up my map because enemies are nearby. I get a little bit farther away. I didn't even access this yet? Okay. I must have taken the back roads to this place. Yeah, interesting. I don't really care about like quest lines and stuff like that right now. I assume none of that stuff is going to carry over into the DLC. Unfortunately, I don't actually have any experience with Sculptor's Cup, and so I can't really help you there. I also only played 63 1/3 like almost 25 years ago now. It's been a really long time. So yeah, I would be no good for that. Alright, let's see what runes we have. Gives me 20,000. And that's it. I recall this being a pretty decent-sized cave, so let me try to... How many runes do I need? I need, geez, 44,000. Oh my god. Rotten stray ashes. Oh, interesting. Never had one of those. Yeah, I think I would probably like Sculptor's Cut. I mean, I liked 63 1/3 back in the day. It was like a Clay Fighter take on Killer Instinct. It was cool. I do want to play that again at the very least. Haven't played 63 1/3 in a long time. Giving me 603 a pop. Nothing too special. Did I not do this place? 'Cause those gates are still blocked off. Dude, I must have gotten to Millicent like the wrong way. Okay, well this is... I wasn't expecting to need to do this. I don't really need to do it, but I'd like to. Yeah, so we basically have to just reach these various towers, light the flames. Alright, should be one more. All the way over there. Alright, so that should have opened up the big seal in the back. Yeah, you can see that door is, yeah, it's gone away. There's a couple of other smaller seals, though, that we can access. I'm really getting distracted. I need to just kind of focus on getting the Redmane Castle, beating Radon. That's apparently one of the requirements. Getting to Lanedale. Getting my, getting my emblems. Or the medallions, I should say. Which will allow us to get to the consecrated snowfield. I think there was another seal on this side somewhere. Yeah, right there. Uh-oh. And another one right here. Spelldrake Talisman. I think that's just defense against magic. Which I don't typically use. Yeah, I can't believe I didn't get this last time. That's crazy. How did I even get up to this, this chapel? Yeah, so the normal way to get to this place coming up is by unlocking those seals. Man, I am not doing much damage to these guys right now. That's crazy. Yeah, you battle against a lot of different types of creatures in this. I mean, more human-like creatures, insects, spirits, all sorts of phantoms and monsters and whatnot. I'd say there's pretty good enemy variety. Yeah, so I must have fallen down from somewhere, like, I must have gotten creative. I'm trying to figure out how I got here, because I've never gotten here without going through that town we just went through. But I've already been here. This was opened up for me already. Which is weird.
If you are wise, you will leave immediate flesh.
So you have to talk to this guy named Gallery to kind of progress her quest line, but like I said, my goal is not to do the quests and stuff like that. If it was, I would have just started a brand new game from scratch, but this is New Game Plus, so I've already beaten the game where we're still playing as the same character. There's also a hidden cave back here, which I already got to last night. Alright, let's warp. Let's get out of this place. There's not really much else for me to do that's not optional. Oh, that's right. I was supposed to do this boss fight. I actually... Again, that's what I was talking about like 15 minutes ago. I set out to do one thing, which was fight this boss, and then I get sidetracked, and then I do other things. Oh, great. It's these guys. These guys are pretty dangerous. Phew, okay. Where is it? I think it's in here. Don't want to go there just yet. There's a site of grace, basically a checkpoint. I want to find that first. Because I have a lot of runes right now. I don't want to lose them. I mean, I don't think I'm going to die at this guy, but just in case. Better safe than sorry. Hey, where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay. Wow. Yeah, I'm super overpowered for this. Killing these guys in one hit. Got the gold alloyed needle. I think that's actually what I need for Millicent's questline. So Captain N, to kind of give you a little bit of backstory, From Software just released the expansion pack to this game today. However, to access it, the place you access it is really, really far into the game. Like, this was like a 100-hour long game when I first played it. And it's probably a good, like, 80 to 85% into the game. I beat the game with this current character back in January, but then instead of leaving it, I decided to start a new game with that character at New Game Plus, which basically reset all my progress. So what we're doing now is starting kind of fresh, attempting to try to get to the point in the game where I can actually access the expansion pack that just came out. So when you beat the game in this game, it doesn't actually take you to the next loop right away. You can just keep wandering around and do other stuff. And had I done that and not done New Game Plus, I would be able to just go access the downloadable content right now. But because I decided to start a new game way back in January, I'm kind of stuck having to do the whole game over again. But because it is New Game Plus, we're just kind of annihilating stuff, because you keep your levels and equipment and strength and all that stuff and weapons. So I'm just like wrecking through this early stuff. Yeah, my first playthrough was 105 hours. My second playthrough was like, I think it was somewhere around like 70. Playthrough number 3 was probably like 45 or 50. And then I think playthrough number 5 was like, I managed to get it in about 27 hours. Oh yeah, it's a huge game. I mean, this is the world. And there's an underground. Which actually, that is one thing I should probably do, because there is the underground area I haven't actually gone to yet. Okay, what do I want to do here? I want to just warp out, I guess. I'm going to skip that cave. I don't... Like I said, I'm getting distracted and doing things I probably really shouldn't be doing. They're just not really all that necessary right now, because I'm... got all my weapons maxed out. There's nothing I can do with my weapons, so getting... you know, smithing stones and whatnot is actually just kind of pointless right now. But I do want to try to fight as many bosses as I can, so... The map is pretty big, but once you get, like, familiarized with the world, you can actually zip through it pretty quickly. Yeah, so this is actually the beginning of the game right here. Huh, that's interesting. I haven't been here, but the boss from the beginning is supposed to show back up. Oh! I killed the boss in the beginning. I forgot about that, because I was so overpowered. Alright, never mind. Holy crap. Alright, I do need to come here. This is actually something I have to do. Let me warp back here. Yeah, I mean, almost everything you see in the map you can travel to. So, one thing that does carry over when you beat the game is it carries over, like, what NPCs you talk to, what caves and tunnels there are, what catacombs there are, churches, you know, things like that. So anywhere you see like an item like that or a noteworthy area, those are places you can actually travel to. Some of this stuff, like, you can't travel here, there's nothing there, but everything up here all the way down here, this is like a hidden area. Lots of hidden stuff in this game. And actually, you know, from a bird's eye view, it actually doesn't really look like much, but it's actually quite a lot. Alright, so my goal was to go to where my markers are, because there's a couple bosses I can fight. What time is it? It's 6. How long have we been playing? 2 hours and 10 minutes. Thinking maybe about an hour I'll go take a snack break. Maybe get some caffeine. Then I'll have to feed my cats. It's about dinner time for them. Alright, this should be another jail. Alright, so these are like mini boss fights. Some of them can be pretty tough. This one, I don't think it was a tough one. Oh, it's just one of you. I'm definitely overpowered. For Captain N, it's 3 p.m. So I guess you're a West Coaster. I'm on the old East Coast. Wow, I barely got any runes for that too. That's okay. Okay, let's get rid of that and put this here. Boo. See ya. It'd be nice if they let you keep your Sights of Grace on the New Game Plus. Do I have the lantern? I do. Oh, he didn't give me a, already forgotten what they're called, but, this is Flash. You get the Flask of Wondrous Physique. And when you kill these Erdtree spirits, they give you these items that allow you to create a mixture for the physique. Basically like a potion. And, you know, the different mixtures will give different properties. Like, oh, you'll get extra health back when you use this potion, but it'll also boost your strength. Yeah, so I have restores half of my maximum hit points, and it temporarily boosts my strength. Alright, so I did that. This area down here I can't actually get to yet. Well, these I can, but this right here I cannot. That's like really late game material. I need to get to the Slumbering Wolf Shack though. So there's actually a cave that lets me go through here. This girl... Oh, I have to go to this place too before I talk to her. So, okay. I'm going to put a marker there. Because this is something I actually have to do if I want to try to get to where I need to be. It's number 3. Where do I have number 1? What the hell? Oh, that is a 1. Okay, for some reason I thought it... I was just looking at the wrong thing. You know, I'm also starting to wonder if I actually killed this dragon over here. I think it was maybe over here. I'll find out later. So I have to get up top, so I have to follow this. You know, I'm going the wrong way. Seriously, dude. Oh, that's, see, it's the village of the Albanorics is what I need to do, so maybe I actually had to go farther. This part of the map's confusing. It's just because of how things layer with, like, this huge cliffside. Yeah, I think you're right, Adam. It's under, and I just, was just doubting myself, that's all. Oh, I know about the top bit. I've done that quest line many times, yeah. That's the Ronnie, part of the Ronnie quest line. Yeah, this is where I need to be, right here. Help. Fudge. I'm dead. Are you serious, man? And this is one of the dumbest ways to die. I was expecting to just kill, like, all of them in one hit, but some of them took one hit, others took two. Ugh. All the way back here. Let's switch weapons. Yeah, they basically stun-locked me. I couldn't do anything. That happens sometimes if you get cornered, but you don't usually get cornered like that in this game. So that was totally my fault. These big pyro dudes are pretty tough. Yeah, exactly. Packs of anything in this game is bad. For sure. Especially packs of crabs. I'm really glad they toned these guys down from Dark Souls 3. I have a trick up my sleeve this time. I mean, this is also what I get for using the katana instead of the axe. You'll see what I mean in just a moment. Oops. Sweet, sweet revenge.
Please, no. Dear me. I haven't a clue. No secrets lie with me, not a one. Oh, please leave me be. Wait then. You're not one of them? Well, what a relief. I'm finished. The curse, I beg you.
Alright, skip the story.
And if you should
Yeah, there we go. That we need both the secret medallions. So he gives you one. There is a mini boss over here, so we'll go ahead and do that. I mean, he's basically like a regular enemy, but how From Software does it a lot is they introduce enemies as bosses, and then later on they're just normal enemies. Kind of like the Barons of Hell and Doom. Another strategy here would be to do this. OP. Alright, that's good enough for me. Let's go back here. Because I need to go to this cave and basically, I don't know if it's his daughter or a relative. I don't remember what he said, but... So we have to go south. South. Yeah, it's this cave right here. I had to meet up. No, I meet up with her on the other side of the cave. There's basically a boss fight at the end. And then on the other side is the character I need to talk to. And for anyone that hasn't really played this before, when you're in a cave, you can't use your horse. Same with more traditional dungeons. I say traditional as in like Dark Souls traditional. And this is basically an offshoot of like the Dark Souls games. Man, the quality of life improvements are so good though, because like that right there, and just about any Dark Souls game, I would have taken a ton of fall damage. I have to drop down. That was still too far. Oh, I think I was supposed to drop there. Damn it. You still take fall damage in this. It's just the distance is much farther than it was in a traditional Dark Souls game. I don't really care about exploring right now. Actually, what would have been smart is using one of those branches so I didn't lose my runes when I died. But I didn't really think that far ahead. That's okay, there they are, not a big deal. So, Captain N says, I find it kind of odd that you can't use your horse inside the caves. The reason for it is that this is what more traditional Dark Souls gameplay was like. You were always on foot. Which required you to take things a little bit slower. You couldn't just rush through everything. You have to actually deal with enemy patterns. Dark Souls games were, like, kind of notoriously challenging. Kind of like the Castlevania games were back in their day. And if you had a horse inside these areas, you'd be able to just zip right through these areas and they'd be made totally trivial, which kind of defeats the purpose. And there are more, like, dedicated dungeons with more unique level design. They tend to be quite difficult, lots of enemies, lots of trial and error gameplay, like an old 8-bit game.
Falton, I told the old hit I possess, or have you caused my other? Oh, so old. Then I've no choice. Let's try. My apology. I hope that. Would you consider my scope? There is something. Will you show me if you accept of the where? Thank you, kind. They say in castles. Then I suppose farewell, Loeb. I will go with the forgive me, Loeb. Call upon me when needed, and I will fight at your side.
Yeah, so you actually get her as a Spirit Ash, and you can summon her. She's basically an archer. The Albinorics are really strong archers. But yeah, that's what I needed. I needed to talk to her. She actually tells me where I'm supposed to go next, and because I was skipping through so quickly, I don't know where to go next. I'm going to warp. Let's see. There's this. I'm gonna come over here. That wolf was apparently her pet. And servant, I guess, it would help her fight. And I think it died. So she was mourning for it. Hey, Asian G, welcome back. Have I visited Volcano Manor yet in this run? No, not yet. I mean, I've done just about everything in this game. This is like playthrough number 6 or 7. Well, I guess I have spoken to, what's-her-face, though. From Volcano Manor, because she's gone. I must have done that, months ago. Okay, so I don't need to do that. The other thing I wanted to check out was if I had defeated this dragon out here, because that is something I want to do. I want to try to fight all the bosses again. Yeah, okay, I dealt with the girl from Volcano Manor, because this guy's dead. And then I can just ride my horse out this way. Yeah, we should be at Volcano Manor in not too long from now, because I've already done a lot of the stuff on the East Coast. And Volcano Manor is right up here. So we should... Although I do need to actually kind of go up this right-hand strip, so we might do that next. After I verify if I've killed this dragon or not. The dragon guard's a key that gets me into that place way up there. That castle-looking thing. And I don't remember if I just grabbed the key and ran, or if I actually fought the dragon. Oh, so these are some of the worst enemies in the game. Freaking lobsters. I got lucky. Oh, not one of you guys. These are some of the other worst enemies in the game. Oh, God. Yeah, those guys are really tough because there's some of the few enemies in this game that do these like massive rapid attacks. Like, I swear they hit you like 8 times in like a split second, and they're just rough to deal with. Oh, it's one of you guys. It's no longer one of you guys. This is like a blood church or something. I was hoping there was going to be a site of grace, but I don't see one. Alright, where was I going? That's right. I think the dragon would be here normally, so just follow my waypoint. Oh, that's not good. All right. Yep, this is it. I killed the dragon. Because this guy's here. He's dead. That's where you get the glintstone key. Alright, so we're actually good to go. Revenger's Shack. Yeah, I must have got him too. Alright, so what I want to do is kind of go up this western side. So to do that, I probably have to come here. Okay, so any point on from here is going to be more difficult. Enemies are going to start taking more hits to kill, and they're going to do more damage to me. Because some of the stuff I've been doing up to this point has been earlier game material. Especially as we get farther up north. And once we get to the city of Lanedale, things are going to be a lot more beefy there. Alright, so... I need to turn around, actually. Go north. Yeah. So we're just going to take this rightmost path up. We'll actually come into here, too. There's a checkpoint there. Well, Captain Ann, it's easier to forget what I've done already right now because, again, the locations I visited on my previous playthrough still show up, even though I haven't been to them yet in this playthrough. But on a first playthrough, if you see it on your map, you know you've been there, because it's not going to pop up on your map unless you've actually found it. So you can just kind of use that kind of logic. But, you know, with these open world games in general, you have, like, a marker system, so I can go to my map and be like, I don't know. Okay. It's like roads and catacombs. I actually haven't gone here. I don't think so. So I can, oops, sorry. Go to my map, hit X for markers, and then do like, oh, I'm going to put a skull there because it's a catacomb. And then that way I know in the future that I haven't gone back there, and I probably could go back there. So basically you as the player have the ability to mark the map, and so as you're playing through the game, you should probably be doing that in order to know where you've been or where you want to go back to. I should come to the end of this road right here. No, that's not how it works. New Game Plus doesn't add really anything new to the game. Basically what it does is it's the same game again. You go through it. However, the difference is enemies deal more damage and they have more hit points. So it's more of a challenge thing. Now, I think there might be some quests that you basically can't, like, fully complete unless you decide to do multiple loops of the game. But that's a very small amount. Now, things like quest lines where, you know, some NPCs, non-playable characters, they do bounce around the world, and you know, it's difficult to tell where they go sometimes, and that's something where, like, you end up having to look up a walkthrough online. But very few quests in this game are mandatory. So much of it is optional. And the mainline stuff is pretty straightforward. There's a centralized hub in the game, which I haven't actually gone to yet because I haven't had the need in this session. But there are people there that you talk to that kind of tell you where you need to go next if you're just talking about the main quest. Yeah, exactly. This is the second loop, so it's basically just meant to be more challenging. But because your character strength and levels carry over from the previous game, a lot of the early game characters and enemies are actually really easy. But as we get farther into the game, it's probably going to become more and more difficult. And some bosses might even be more challenging on this playthrough than the first one. And the game loops as many times as you want. I think the difficulty, I'm not sure how much, like how many loops the difficulty will keep increasing at. Like some of the prior Dark Souls games, like you could do like 6 or 7 loops and it would, the difficulty would increase every time. And I'm not sure how many loops it is in Elden Ring. The game's so large, I never bothered to do New Game Plus because it's, you know, as much as I like looping games and having it get more difficult, it's, I can't just crap out, you know, 40 hours of game time like a teenager can. I just don't have the time. Ugh. Should probably rest here. I see a tower up there. I'm gonna go visit it. I don't know what's inside it. Empty? Okay. Yeah, that was kind of weird. All right. Let's go back here. And we're at the 2 hour and 51 mark, so we'll go for a little bit longer and then I'll take a break. I can already tell one of my cats is starting to get a little restless. Oops. Thanks, Agent G. I appreciate that. Alright, so... go ahead and drop here. Alright, we're gonna go up the side. A lot of doggos. Yeah, so there's this tower right here. I think you might... I think I get to it from another side. Yeah. So once I get to this place, I think I come all the way down here to access it. Alright, we've got the Artist's Shack. There's a bunch of these over the course of the game. So this painting basically... it's basically like a... you know, it's a painting of a scene that you can actually go to and visit. And if you go to the exact spot, there's going to be a special item you can get. I think I've only ever done one or two of those. They're kind of difficult to track down. let's go to the right first. I do want to just collect some of these checkpoints because, like, ultimately my goal isn't to do all these weird quests. I already did them in my first playthrough. My goal is to get to the downloadable content. But I kind of want to open this stuff up anyway, just so if I decide later on to come back and do this stuff, I can. It's easy to travel to. You know, there's actually one thing here that's kind of a pain. I'll see if I can go ahead and do it. What I will do is equip one of these. This will make it so my souls won't be lost, or my runes won't be lost when I die. Yeah, it seems like I'm way overpowered, because normally that guy would spawn here afterwards, but I've done so much damage, he went 2 floors up. There he goes. I wonder if I could just snipe him with this thing. Probably really dangerous. Oh, he teleported, that bastard. I mean, he does that normally, but I didn't think he'd do it just yet. Yeah, he's not gonna fall for it. Captain Ann is back. Welcome back. Oh. Man, come on. Worth it? Probably not. Alright, let's go back, go back here. I'm gonna go to that well that's above there. Or at least, I'm gonna trigger its checkpoint. Alright, this is how you access the underground. There was actually another one of these wells earlier on, but I don't think I actually triggered it. That's optional over there. Yeah, these wells, they do have boss fights. So that's one reason for me to come down here. Also, these wells, along with the catacombs, give us some glove warts, which is how you can upgrade your spirit ashes. There we go. Getting close to another level up. This part I kind of just want to try to run through, but also hide every now and then. There we go.
Some customer.
Nothing I really want. I wanted to try to kill that thing up top, but it requires me to get up top, which is a different route, and I don't really feel like doing that. So we're going to kind of drop off here to the side. Yeah, you can cheese it with your bow, but you can also go head-to-head with it with just like a melee weapon, since you'll be on even footing by that point. Yeah, the ants can be... I mean, right now they're not bad, but there are some really big ones with these flat heads. And they're some of the other worst enemies in the game, in my opinion. We're not going to see them for a while, though. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Hit him, please! Alright, he's dead. Yeah, for anyone just joining us, when you roll in this game, you have invincibility frames. That's why you see me rolling all the time, to get away from enemies. But on these big bosses, you have to time it, otherwise, you're not going to have an proper iframe window, and you're going to get hit. Alright, good deal. That's actually a really good item that allows you to maximize your spirit ashes needed for, like, the final level up for the spirit ashes. But there's not really anything else to do in this area right now. Nothing that's necessary anyway. So let's we'll come back to this side later on in the game. Alright, click that for above ground, and let's just go ahead and warp back here. Yeah, exactly, Asian G. You don't always get to appreciate how cool these bosses can look when you're fighting for your life. Absolutely. And I'm facing the wrong way. I almost don't even care about the items that the enemies drop, because I don't really need them. The idea for me would just be to sell them, but all it's doing is just adding extra time to my main objective, which is fighting Radon and the other bosses, and then accessing the expansion pack. to switch over to some stronger weapons. These guys are pretty beefy. Selling my items does give me currency, yes, but I need so much currency to level up at this point that the amount of time it takes to sell, to like find items and then sell it, it's just not worth it. Like, even these things right here, there's materials you can acquire. You know, you can sell those as well, which is the plan. I grab them when, like, they're right in front of me, but going out of my way to grab them is not really worth it, because they're worth so little at this point in the playthrough. Alright, down here. There is a cave I'm going to eventually have to go to. It's all the way down here. And then when I get out of the cave, it should take me towards Volcano Manor. But I've also got that lift of Dectus, which takes me to the Altus Plains. Whew, I still have a lot to do. I mean, because there's a boss right here. There's a boss right here. There's a little boss right here. There's a boss up here. It's one of the death birds. This shack has another bell-bearing hunter boss. This has a boss, which is actually a bell-bearing hunter, but he's not named that. Huge boss down here. He's one of our main bosses we have to beat. There's getting overwhelmed just thinking about it. Alright, how do I want to do this? Yeah, I can't fall down there. I think it's... Yeah, that's too far. I'll definitely die if I do that. You know, honestly, let's change the time of day. It's a lot easier to see this place in daylight. Of course, you do have weather cycles, so it's still misty and foggy. Yeah, this part always gets me. I'm like, where do I go? Yeah, I do actually want to be down there at that area. Oh, well. I can come back for these mausoleums later if I feel like it. If I want more runes. Each mausoleum will allow you to reacquire a boss rune that you've already gotten and used. And it's one per mausoleum. So that can be valuable. Okay. I always forget if there's a way to get down from here. Yeah, okay, cool. Oh, not cool. These are some of the other worst enemies in the freaking game. I hate these guys so much, man. Smokey the Bear! Ow. Ow. God damn it, Bear. They are so fast. Like, even on horseback, it's hard to outrun them. Oh, you followed me in. Interesting. I really don't need to be here. Yeah, like that whole area right there is just... I'm kind of stuck up here. Let me see if I can warp over here. Main Academy Gate. Okay, yeah, this is what I actually failed to do last time. This will put me on the other side of that gate across the bridge, yeah. So I was actually looking down to here from over there. Was it over there? Yeah. So now we're right here, and I'm going to go all the way up here. Eventually I'll have to come back down here, go all the way through this river to this place. But first what I'm going to do is go down this road. Is there a site of grace here? There is. I'm going to actually change it to nighttime because I think there might be one of those nights that only appears at night. No pun intended. Yeah, use bear spray. Alright, until nightfall. Yep, there he is. Yeah, he's an earlier one, so he's not too bad for me right now. With how overpowered I am. Alright, let's go left. Yeah, they're definitely frightening when you're low level and just starting out. Absolutely. I mean, so a lot of enemies were like that in this game. Very scary in the beginning of the game when you have no idea what you're doing and you're underpowered. You know what? I think this is going to actually take me down. So we're kind of like splitting to a different route.
What do you need? I don't want any trouble.
Yes, I will buy 3 of those. And I will buy nothing else.
All done? Well, you...
And you are mean. You're so mean. Wow, these guys are really beefy right now. I mean, these guys made of stone are generally pretty beefy to begin with. And you want to hit them with heavy weapons. You try to hit them with regular swords. You don't do a whole lot of damage. Eliza asks, do you want logo, banner, overlay, emotes, or a montage video for your channel? No thanks. I'm good. Thank you. I guess we'll go ahead and just do this area. Since we're going to anyway. So I've got these birds sitting right outside my window and they won't shut up. It's like, birds, it's 7:30, go to sleep already. I've been listening to you all day. I am not your guy, Eliza. I do all my own stuff. I don't go out to anybody. I don't contract anybody. I do everything on my own. Captain N says, the birds are cheering you on. Maybe they are. Maybe they have, like, supersonic hearing and they can hear all this action. Yeah, this is actually a fairly long tunnel. There's quite a few places we go to. But this is a little bit closer to like a traditional Dark Souls dungeon where... Well, sort of. Sort of, kind of. We'll actually end up back outside on the way up, and it looks kind of cool. Darren, I think you told me that a couple weeks ago. Yeah, I remember us talking about that. I hope you're enjoying it. Is there someone behind me? Oh, yeah, he is. Okay. Not anymore. Yeah, Data East went out of business, and I guess... I think it was like the early 2000s or something. It'd be a nicer view if it wasn't so foggy. No, no, Darren. It's Data East Pinball, yes, was bought by Sega Pinball. Or bought by Sega, and Data East was turned into Sega Pinball. It was still the same people. And then when Sega realized they wanted out of pinball, they sold Sega Pinball to Gary Stern, who had run Data East Pinball and Sega Pinball, and so he turned it into Stern Pinball, which is what his dad ran decades before. So it kind of came full circle, but Data East, the company as a whole, was not owned by Sega. It was just the pinball division got bought by Sega. So remember, Data East did video games too. They actually mostly did video games. The pinball was, I would assume, a smaller venture because they wouldn't have sold it if it did well. But Data East, the video game company, made it, I think, until the early 2000s, and then they went bankrupt or something. And someone owns all their properties now, all their video game properties. Stern Pinball to this day still owns all the Data East and Sega Pinball games. Since again, it was basically the same company. Going all the way back to Data East Pinball. Well, the fact is, Captain N, the market shifted quite a lot, and there was quite a few companies out there that just couldn't really keep up over the years. Data East excelled at arcade games, and arcades really went downhill in the early 2000s. Like, it was kind of like the dark ages for arcades. They never really evolved and did a lot of more modern home console style games. Well, Rare still did stuff for quite a while after they got bought by Microsoft. And they still work for Microsoft. They still develop stuff. But yeah, I know what you mean there. But again, times have changed, and it's... things move on. New companies appear. It is what it is. Like, we can kind of sulk over the fact that Rare's not making a 17th Conker's Bad Fur Day. But there's so many other studios now that make phenomenal titles. And those studios are going to be seen as the Rares of the modern day, you know, to kids that are growing up now, so... There we go. Those magma worms can be pretty tough. Am I even going the right way? So Rare themselves actually, I don't know why this didn't come to my mind, but they did make Sea of Thieves, and they're still supporting that game, by the way. That game is pretty old by this point, but they just recently brought it out to PS5 and Switch. And so the studio is kind of like fully behind that. And apparently that's actually a really fun game if you're into online co-op stuff. Agency that G says he's most hyped about the Marvel vs. Capcom collection that was recently announced. Yeah, that looks pretty awesome. I'm glad they're doing that. I never would have expected Capcom to do that. I mean, I can't imagine the Marvel properties are cheap these days. Do you like my face? I like my face. Oh my god, are you seriously a bot? I just asked. You just literally copied and pasted the same thing. Alright. Goodbye. Bot. Just gonna call you bot from now on.
The Erdtree. Only a little further till the foot of the Erdtree. And the accord is fulfilled. It takes me back. I was born at the foot of the Erdtree, where Mother gave me my purpose, though now I, the reason.
Trying to think of which way I want to go. I really have two choices right now. I can kind of go up this way to Mount Gelmir, or I can go right, which is going to take me towards the city of Lanedale. Did I already get to, like... No, I didn't. Oh, okay. So I haven't done the windmill stuff yet. Okay, I wasn't sure about that. So I played this game so many times now, it's all blending together. Captain N, X-Men and Simpsons got ported to Xbox 360 and maybe PS3 back in like 2010 or something. Yeah, they both been delisted, like Agent G said. And they got, well, not X-Men, but Simpsons got computer ports back in the day for Commodore 64 and MS-DOS. They're not that great, but yeah. I digress. I'm gonna just ride up this way. Boom. And a boom, and a boom. And a boom to you too. Oh, this is a cave. Ah. It's not what I was looking to do. But yeah, if you have a modified 360, you can actually go download it via other means. I actually want to get a 360 modded. Mainly to play region locked in ports, but it's other good reasons to have a modded console. Yeah, with Simpsons and X-Men, you know, Konami probably could have ported them to Super Nintendo and Genesis. Maybe Konami... maybe they only had the license for so long and they didn't feel like renewing them and then going through all, like, the development costs to bring them home. Oh, jeez. It's not good. It's this guy again. No, he's a regular enemy. I don't know. I'd be very curious to hear from someone that was working at Konami at the time. Maybe they'd have insight as to why they never came home. Because they were both extremely popular games in the arcade. Yeah, nothing in there again. Interesting. Oh, you know what? That's actually... I actually completely forgot about that. So, that's actually a really good point. Other companies had the X-Men and Simpsons licenses for the home market. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe Konami just... they had their hands tied. Perhaps. I don't know. Can only speculate. Some companies, when they get licenses, they'll have like the exclusive license for it for like a certain platform or market. And Acclaim was the one behind behind all those crappy Simpsons games. Well, not all of them are crappy, but I mean the arcade game was where it was at for a lot of people. I do have a soft spot for Bart vs. the Space Mutants, though, because I grew up with it, and probably about 5 or 6 years ago I learned how to actually finish that game, and I have a Let's Play of it. And that game, to be fair, was doing some things that most games weren't doing. You know, it was like an action game, but it also had these interactive environments and puzzle elements and stuff that you just didn't really see with anything else, so... I think there's a lot of cool stuff in Bart vs. Space Mutants. I guess the biggest issue is that it's just a very frustrating game to actually try to get through. I thought there was a route here which would take me... all the way... I have no idea. Agent G says, Otogi 1 and 2 in anyone? That's also from Software. Same people, same company that made Elden Ring. You know, I might be thinking of a... No, I must be thinking of a different area. I hate it when I do that. Whee! Okay, so maybe I'm thinking about this through here. No, that's into that cave, though. I have to come back up here. Ugh. Let me come back here and go up to this lift. Yeah. And in a few minutes, I want to go ahead and take my break so I can, you know, get some food in my stomach and then feed my cats. 'Cause I'm sure they would like food in their stomachs. But at least we're making progress. If I play for another, I don't know, like 4 or 5 hours, we should be close to where I need to be. If I don't get too distracted. But I am killing enemies and stuff because I do want to level up. I do want to be as beefy as I can for when I get to the expansion stuff. Ow, ow, not good. Jeez. That's what you get for trying to snipe me, guy. Oh, okay. Yeah, that was tricky. Lots of enemies there. We got these catapults up here. Get away from me! You know, I don't even need to kill these guys. I mainly went after them so I could get rid of the catapults. And I don't even remember if I have both sides of the medallion for this place. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, I don't have both medallions. If I did, a prompt would come up. And it's not. Crap. Yeah, I need the left side. Oh, and I forgot where that is. I completely forgot where that is. Okay. Well, what I'll do is I'll take a peek at it on my phone when I'm on break. I want to kill a couple enemies and level up. Just so that's out of the way, too. Need to be a little careful here, because if that meter builds all the way, I die instantly. Okay. Right on, Captain N. Yeah, I've got playlists and everything like that. If you want to check out the main channel page, like I have a playlist of just NES videos. I have a playlist of just Super Nintendo, so on and so forth. And I've been doing this a long time, so I don't know. The quality of the videos too also is going to vary because, like I said, I have been doing this a long time, and some of the older videos might not be very good, but I appreciate you dropping comments on them. It lets me know that people are actually watching them, which is cool. So, and yeah, hopefully they continue to help you. I try to come at it from like a sort of a teaching perspective, because I've noticed over the years that like people struggle with games because they just don't know how to play them right, and so I try to just talk about my thought process in, you know, learning how to beat these games reliably. Although I think I'm a lot better at games now than I was like 10 years ago, so some of the earlier videos I might not play as well either, so. Okay, yeah, I did want to check this place out. Looks like we're gonna have ourselves a NPC fight. Alright, I think next I'm either going to start working on Vigor or Mind. So it looks like Endurance isn't going to do anything else. Well, and the other thing too is, Captain N, is that, you know, just because a game is seen as quote-unquote bad in someone's eyes, like, it doesn't mean it can't be fun still. You know, once you learn it, you know, I'd actually, honestly, I was talking to someone the other day, and they said that, yeah, they enjoy, like, the perfect 10 out of 10 games and stuff like that, but they'd rather have an interesting 7 out of 10 than, like, a flawless 10 out of 10. And that's how I look at some of these bad games. It's that, you know, in certain ways you could look at them and say, oh, they're terrible, but you know, when you learn them, they at least, it's an interesting experience trying to learn them. You know, it's not a walk in the park. You have to kind of sometimes learn all new skills and all new thought processes, and they take you to really weird places. Like, like I have a video on Super Pitfall I learned a few years ago, and you know, I have a Let's Play on that, and I was expecting to hate that game when I was done with it because it's seen as one of the worst NES games, but honestly I ended up really enjoying the process. More so than, like, you know, something that's much more polished with a lot more sheen. Like, it just, I don't know. It was a cool experience, I think. Frustrating at points, but, like, I mapped it out and everything, and I had to study walkthroughs, and you know, it made the whole completion of it and then thus doing that video more satisfying, I think. So the other thing for me is that, like, I've been playing these games for so long that I'm getting kind of bored of playing Ninja Gaiden for the 200th time, you know? Or Mega Man or Castlevania or Super Mario Brothers or whatever. So it's like, I'm also finding it interesting going to games that are much less loved. Now, I've always loved games that typically aren't very loved. Like, I love Silver Surfer, I always have, on the NES. I love Abadox in the NES. Not usually a super well-regarded game because of its difficulty. You know, Scorcher and Sega Saturn is one of my all-time favorite driving games, but people see it as an intricate tech demo, and that's it. And, you know, but there are some, like, truly, like, almost universally viewed as awful games, like Super Pitfall, that I've learned, and, like, I enjoyed the process. And honestly, I like, despite all its jank, I still think it's kind of fun, you know? And actually, Super Pitfall in particular, it kind of puts you into this weird, foreboding world that, is eerie in a way, and you just, it was a feeling you didn't get with a lot of 8-bit games in particular. So yeah, there was that aspect too. But yeah, you had mentioned Jekyll and Hyde. I, you know, learned Jekyll and Hyde years ago. That's on my channel too. Really not a good game I would recommend to anybody, but I enjoyed the learning process because it was interesting. It was very different, and it's, yeah, it's not just yet another traditional platformer that's trying to, you know, ape the Mario formula. It tried to do its own thing, and yeah, it kind of failed miserably, but it's also still kind of interesting at the same time. So, yep, Mile Secret Castle is another one I learned. I mean, I actually, that's another one of those games that's not typically well liked. But I played it all the time as a kid, so it's still kind of like a personal favorite on the NES. Like, all my neighbors had a copy of it, and we played it all the time. And I didn't finish the game until about, you know, again, about 5, 6, 7 years ago now. And that was a big accomplishment for me. And that's another thing about some of these games. It's like, you know, I don't even think Mile Secret Castle is a bad game in the slightest. It's just extremely difficult, and it's very cryptic towards the end of the game. But I was able to figure out about 90% of that playthrough on my own. It was like the last 10% that I had to look up a walkthrough. And that stuff is annoying, 100%, but I think that game's actually still pretty well made overall. It's got really good physics. You know, when you know what you're doing, you can just really plow through it. Good music, you know. Well, sort of. I think the visuals were actually quite good for the time. That was like 1987, so I don't know. Back to the Future on NES. Yeah, that's another one I need to learn. That is one I never cared for back in the day, but I do want to revisit it because it's another one of those infamous titles on the system. But alrighty, guys, I'm going to take a break. Give me like 10 or 15 minutes. I'm gonna try to figure out what I'm gonna do for food. If I'm gonna just snack or if I'm gonna try to make an actual meal. But yeah, give me some time. I'm going to feed the cats. Yeah, maybe I'll like make some ramen or something. I don't know. I gotta get some real food in me though. So, but I'll be back. So let me put up my break message here, and I'll see you guys in a little bit. And then I'm gonna try to focus on just getting to the parts I need to get to, because I have been getting distracted a lot, and I really would like to get to where the DLC is by the end of this night. So we'll see. All right, guys, I'll be back. Alright, I am back. Sorry that took a little bit longer than expected, but had more things to do than expected, so... but I actually got some dinner. Alright, Milo, you gotta come this way. Alright. Milo's trying to bump into my Xbox, and like he's definitely gonna hit the power button. But yeah. Alright, let's get back on track here. Oh man. So let's go back here. Actually, that is not where I want to go. Where I want to go is... right here. No, his name is Milo. I didn't actually give him that name. It was he had that name before I adopted him, so. Same with my other cat. Her name is Patchouli. And she has that name because that's what someone else gave her. Right, so again, I just want to kind of run through. Now, there's going to be a dragon here, but he's like a temporary fight. You don't actually kill him here. There he is. Yep, there he goes. Screw you guys, I'm going home. And actually, I was so busy on my break between making dinner. I actually made a dinner. Feeding the cats, loading the dishwasher, running the dishwasher, scooping their litter boxes, adding litter to their litter boxes, taking insulin for myself. I actually forgot to look up where the other medallions are for this lift. It's probably along the way. We will come this way first. It was an okay dinner. It was nothing really special. I just made some ramen and I had a crap ton of peanuts. Normally what I would do is I'd make some eggs and mix it with the ramen. But I didn't really feel like bringing out 2 pots and pans and then having to clean them afterwards. Nice. Alright, this upcoming play should be interesting. I'm just curious how it'll be on New Game Plus. It's got a couple of nasty sections. Okay, I don't want to go up there just yet. Does your character's face get creepier and creepier the more you see it? No, I think it gets funnier and funnier every time I see it. The mouth never closes. I don't know. The Shaded Castle. Did I know a long time ago they made a show back in the 80s called King Koopa's Cool Cartoons? It was hosted by someone dressed up as Bowser Koopa who would play cartoons and give away prizes. No, I did not know that. I knew of the Super Mario Brothers Super Show because I grew up with that. But I didn't know of one hosted by like a live action King Koopa. I fall for that every time. I actually tried attacking this guy this time, but I was too late. No, I did not mean to do that. Ugh. Nice. Yeah, this place, actually, it's really not that bad right now. Valkyrie's prosthesis. You give that to Millicent. If you want to progress her quest line. But I haven't been progressing her quest line at all. I never gave her the gold needle. I am just looping around, going the wrong way. There we go. Okay. This is where I need to be. And actually... Nice. Hello. That's a little too close. Hey, tidbit. Yeah, I'd be down for a modern Kingsfield. Although I'm not gonna lie, I'm not the biggest fan of Kingsfield. Well, to be fair, I never really got into any of them except for Part 4. In Part 4, I had to force myself, and I did not enjoy it at all. But I have wanted to go back to the second one, or technically the, well, first one in America. Just Kingsfield on the North American PlayStation. Just got too many games and too little time. That's a long drop. Oh, jeez. Alright, we're close to the boss fight. It is a very useful move, yeah. That's why I stuck with this weapon on my last playthrough. So if you progressed Patch's questline, he actually appears here. But we didn't, so he's not here. N-Wave says this is the kind of game that he finds impossible to play with a keyboard. Takes some getting used to. Ooh, nice. Yeah, his pattern is basically the same as a Bellbearing Hunter. There's Melania. I've got her weapon from the last playthrough. The big-ass sword. Look at that. It's like... It might even be longer than me. Alright, so we're done with that place. What was I gonna do? I think I was gonna go back here. Agent G says, who remembers that Edema song from Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance? I do. I actually have a bunch of their albums. And I have that Insomniac's Dream CD, which has that song on it. I think I still have that. Hey, FPS Fanatic, welcome back. I never actually listened to a lot of Deftones outside of what was on the radio. It was a band I always wanted to try to get into, but yeah, needless to say, it never happened. So down here is what I was thinking about earlier. I was like, where is this, like, little river? You got basilisks. Yeah, they'll cause a thing called Death Blighted. And you'll die instantly from that too. I don't think I have any more stone swords. Wow, I still do? Okay. Whee! Need about 5,000 runes. Is this game a part of the Dark Souls series? Sort of? Uh-oh. Oh, that's barely doing anything. Holy crap. He went out of bounds. Got him. Does anyone actually use crafting in this game? I made a concerted effort to do that on my last run, and I found that it wasn't really all that useful. It just gave me a bunch of items that weren't really all that special, that weren't really all that necessary. So I just sell my items now. I sell my crafting materials. He's on fire! Yeah, so if I go to item crafting right now, like, these are all the things that I'm able to craft from my previous playthrough. It's like a bunch of pots, a bunch of knives, a bunch of arrows. Like, the most useful thing is the grease. But even that I don't really need anymore because, like, I don't struggle with the boss fights like I used to. And even these are pretty limited. You've got to grind out for specific items from specific enemies. Like, I can only make the freezing grease with root resin and rimed crystal bud. Okay, what enemies do I get those from? It's kind of like, I think it was a neat idea on paper, but not really all that necessary. Smokey the Bear returns! Jeez, please don't die. I don't think I've ever actually killed that bear before. I mean, just look at that. That's... I'm already overpowered, yet it still took that long to kill that bear. Like, imagine trying to kill that bear in a normal playthrough. It's insane. The bears are ridiculously overpowerful. You know what they needed in this game? Some freaking bear traps. That should have seriously been an item. Any other takers? They all wake up screaming at me, and I'm just like, boom, boom, and the entire crowd's gone. I was getting greedy. Hey, it's a Bloodborne reject. Must aggro everything. It's when the game's at its most fun. Yeah, at the top of that, right above my head, is a boss fight. And then that's Volcano Manor right there, so we're getting pretty close. And this is a tomb. The tombs tend to be a little on the long side, and they typically have challenging boss fights at the end. Hey, Society! How are you doing tonight, man? Welcome back. I just wanted that as a checkpoint. I should probably level up while I'm here. Alright, it's gonna be a big onion head right here. Yeah, this is Godric's axe. This is an axe you can create by using the Godric's soul. Or his rune, or whatever you call it. I did not use larval tears, no. I had thought about it, but I was like, I think on my last playthrough I used one just to slightly modify this build. Like, I think I had, like, pumped up intelligence or something stupid and then realized that it didn't do what I thought it did. And so I used a larval tear to attribute those points into, like, you know, strength and dexterity. And we're getting close. Close to Volcano Manor. Volcano Manor is a really cool place. There's a really awesome boss fight who, at first I thought he was a secret super boss. He's apparently just a normal boss, but he's pretty nuts. Dear customer.
Dear customer. Yeah, welcome, valued Caslies.
Give me some stone swords. Yes, he has one. And nothing else I want. Oh, these ladders are so long. Don't look down. I would not be able to climb a ladder this tall in real life. I'd probably break down crying like halfway through it. Let's see. What of you? Mama said knock you out. Ooh. Being overpowered is fun. It's just fun. I forget society. Did you ever mess around with any of the Dark Souls games? Alright, I'm not gonna actually rest at that. But I want to get distracted because it's so fun. I just love exploring everywhere in this game, doing everything. Would I ever do consider doing a stream of Halo 2? Yeah, I'd like to one day. But I need to like play through that game again. I haven't beat that game in probably since it came out. I need to be more familiarized with it. Alright, this is going to be interesting. Because this boss is generally pretty tricky. Whee! Oh shit! I didn't think that was gonna connect that far. Run, Forrest, run! Alright, we got it. Yeah, my character is quite resilient right now. Like, I was expecting that guy to do way more damage. Oh, man. Alright. Alright, where is my platform? It's over this way. Oh yeah, trust me, dying is definitely a part of this game, society. You gotta remember, I've clocked hundreds of hours into this game. So
fascinating. So about the bird, if you have, rise with your decision now. You the drawing room. I am Tanith. The draw. Use the key.
you can use the key, or you can come here and level up. There's also a guy I can fight up here. We are in it. Ooh. Oh! I didn't even get to finish my whole string. That's great. Society says, finally have a PC that can run this, too. Very nice. Yeah, PC is the way to go. It definitely looks the best on it.
Who are you, and what in heaven, Volk? I hope you are. Well, but no, before you can.
This guy will actually show up later on in the playthrough, and you have to fight him.
Hello again. is a shame, but I am.
And I actually talked to her much earlier in the playthrough. So this right here... No, I'm thinking of a different one. Oops. This right here is an illusory wall. We're not going to go here just yet.
Did you read the letter? That is the task. You will be if you are low, but you must leave. This is a... We have no plan.
So, this is just for anyone that hasn't played this before. She makes you pick up these letters, which are tasks that they want you to do. Where are they? I always forget. Oh, here it is. Oh, there we go. You can read it. So, if we follow this, we can go back to Limgrave, which is the beginning of the game, and fight a guy. But I want to actually come down here first. There's a boss fight. Ooh. I actually want to show you guys something. This little guy right here. Okay, so he's going to appear right here. I'm going to sit in this spot with this weapon. These guys basically just do they run around in circles. They do the same pattern. Hey, Aquas, what's going on, man? Welcome back. So here he comes. And they give you goodies if you can kill them. So they're kind of like unique things you can try to go for. Oh my god, I hate you guys. Those hands are some of the worst. The big hands. And, oh, there's another one. Got you some streams with the DLC. You won't be playing it anytime soon. Hey, Phoenix, welcome back. Right on, Aquas. So, Aquas, I, thought I had a character ready for the DLC, but apparently I don't on the Xbox version, so I had beaten the game with this character, but started over as New Game Plus. And you can't get to the DLC until, like, towards the end of the game. So I'm basically trying to get through this as quickly as possible so I can access the DLC. Using my overpowered nature to try to get to it. But yeah, this right here is where maps would be. This is how you actually fill in your map. Otherwise, it's normally like grayed out. Yeah, I agree. It's a bummer the DLC is so far in, because this isn't a short game. It is not a short game in the slightest. But I figured doing a, getting to it with New Game Plus would go a lot faster than starting fresh. So this is sort of a boss as well. Nom 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 nom. Tasty. Yeah, man, that was my guess too. Where it's you know, pretty much all From Software downloadable content or expansion packs, with regards to the Soul series at least, I guess, it's designed for, like, end-game characters. None of their DLC is for, like, low-level characters. It's all, like, late-game stuff. So it doesn't surprise me. Oh! It counted as 2 attacks. It counted as 2 attacks. How big is the DLC compared to the base game? I have no idea, Society, because I haven't played it yet. Aside from watching the trailer, I haven't looked up anything in regards to the DLC except for how to get to it. So I want to experience it firsthand. See, that death was well, you know, it was well earned. Because I knew he was going to do that area of effect attack, but I just sat there. I was like, nah, I'll be good. But nope. See, like, there we go again. Oh, still hit my horse, but I'm okay. Yes. You were watching Lucha grind away at some of the DLC bosses. He was getting spanked. Yeah, and I know that's what's going to happen to me too. I'm going to get to the bosses. I'm going to get spanked. Is there a way to know what weaknesses the bosses have without using Google? Experimentation. That's basically it. Alright, let's go back to Volcano Manor. So, we can come in here. Yeah, that was a little close. Alright, we're getting close to the actual main dungeon itself. There we go. So we're gonna eventually go to that chapel, but we gotta take the scenic route. I don't like those guys. Oh, I don't like those guys either. I'm dead. Okay, maybe I'm not dead. Holy crap. Combo! Someone was a little bit stronger than the other. All right. Alright, so down here we have another worm. Magma worm. Worm with a Y. This is a guy I usually just skip completely. But I'm feeling ballsy right now. Holy hell! Oh my god. Alright, let's try this again. And not do that strategy. Boo. Holy crap, he's doing a ton of damage. Oh, not good. Yeah, as you see these enemies again and again throughout the course of the game, they get more varied and varied. Like, they start having new attacks and things like that, so... I was surprised at how much damage he was doing in the beginning. That was pretty crazy. The magma worm that we just defeated, yeah, you can basically just skip that. But this guy right here, you have to actually defeat. Hi. Bye. Alright, we're almost there. How am I not able to get lost here? It's because I've done this like dozens of times already. And it's a lot more linear than you think. This is like the more traditional Dark Souls style dungeon where it's fairly linear. Yeah, you've got a couple nooks and crannies you can explore. You know, the path might split, but really only one of those pathways is going to be the right one. It's more so about learning the tricks and traps and overcoming the obstacles and challenges. I'm also overpowered right now. You gotta remember, I'm not joking when I say I've put hundreds of hours into this game. Not 100, not 200, probably at least 300 over the last 2 years. So, you know, eventually you're just gonna know where to go, especially in dungeons like these. Alright, so what I have to do is actually equip a special weapon here. I should still have it. Actually, I think I maxed it out, too, on my previous playthrough. Which one is it? Oh, unless they took it away from me. Nope, there it is. Oh, I didn't max it out. It's +6. I mean, I wouldn't say this is mandatory, but it is extremely beneficial for this boss fight. You normally get it in this arena. Oh, I didn't rest at the site of grace. Oh, I still discover new stuff in this game, but it's more so in, like, the overworld than it is the dungeons themselves. I'll let this play out, since some of you guys probably haven't seen this. It's the stuff nightmares are made of. That's why it's awesome. Captain N, you of all people who play NES games should not be complaining, because you want cheap? Go play some Castlevania or Ninja Gaiden. Anyway, you're supposed to dodge roll and learn the patterns. It's only cheap if you suck. The saying, get good, with regards to the Dark Souls games, came around for a reason. It exists for a reason. Look at that. That voice acting cracks me up. It's creepy, but it's also, like, funny at the same time. Milo? Alright, Milo, down. God, he's rubbing up against the power button again. Ow. Ow. Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. I tried to attack him when I should have been running. Yeah, what's going on, Tony? How are you doing tonight? Nice to see you again. There we go. Crap. Oh, man. Yeah, like that I should have actually got through, but again, like, when those skulls start flying down from the sky, you really have to just run. And, I just got caught in, I couldn't really recover. Tony, thanks for continuing your membership. I appreciate that. Well, that wasn't a great start. Wow, that I was not expecting. Got him. Got him before the skulls can come out. Alright, so we got ourselves a great rune. We haven't got one of those in a while. I think it's actually the first one for tonight. Alright, so now we can go back to Volcano Manor. Hey, Dustin, thanks for the GG. And Captain N and Agent G. So we can talk to Tanith now.
It's true. No defeat is until then.
And she's like obsessed over the dude that we just defeated.
This perhaps.
So if I go back down there. There's some questline nonsense right here, but if you get rid of her, her bodyguard will come after you. So I'm gonna make that happen. Where's Millennia's blade? There it is. Oh, hi. Alright. Such a huge arena. Alright. So... I might actually be able to do this right now. Let's see. Yeah.
Champions, welcome.
Heck yeah.
Stars have aligned. The festival is nigh. General Radon, mightiest demigod of the Shattering, awaits you. Champions, prepare for battle. Defeat the general, claim glory, and grab that great rune. A celebration of war. The Radon Festival!
Are you good and prepared, young chum?
The festival be
Alright, so this is another one of our main bosses in this game.
Before
He's
we
pretty
begin,
crazy.
Allow me to paint you.
How about you don't paint me the full picture?
oh gathering to celebrate.
So we're gonna end up out there in that beach. Alright, near the beach, boy. Alright, normally I summon. I'm gonna try to actually do this by myself. This is gonna be pretty risky, but I don't know, we'll see. Really? Come on. Alright, right here you have to watch out for where he's gonna land, because he will kill you instantly if he lands anywhere near you. Oh god, run! Okay. There they go. Those things are super strong. Woo. Yeah, this is definitely a fight that seemed to be designed around riding on your horse. Because the first time I got here, I tried to do it completely on foot, like a traditional Dark Souls game. And while I've seen people beat him on foot, I don't think he was designed to be defeated that way. It's like super challenging on foot. Agent G says, I beat him on foot, and yes, it did not go like this. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Boost my max equipment load. Alright, so I'm going to show you guys something here. This is just an example of all like the cool little exploratory things you can do to, you know, just find other places. So this is the boss arena, but there's actually a catacomb here at the same time. And the reason I'm coming here is, for one, to show you guys where it is, but two, the catacomb itself is pretty big, but the race to the boss fight is not. Oh, crap. I can't just run straight to the boss fight. I have to find the switch. I forgot about that. Well, maybe I can rush to it. Holy crap. Whee! Oh, goodbye. This is what I need. Maybe I'll go ahead and grab this while I'm at it. I might be able to use you later. Damn, man, I'm mistiming all my rolls. Oh, did it again. I'm dead. I am very dead. Ah, come on. Come on, get knocked over. Yes, we got it. Woo. On a first playthrough, you'd say it's for the pickups and the souls. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, that's what a lot of these areas are. On a New Game Plus run, you don't really need to come to these places. It's just not going to do you a whole lot of good, but that was sort of like, I wouldn't say easy, but it was definitely a quick one where I was able to get, you know, that switch done pretty quickly. I was able to get to the boss quickly. And look at how far out I am on the beach. I'm like right outside Dragon Barrow.
At last. Brave chap, the cellar festival. Finally, I'm no longer bound. I have a task. Old business. May we meet again?
Oh, it's not gonna let me attack. Damn. That guy's actually kind of a dick. For anyone new to this game, by the way, when you hit these sites of grace, they kind of point you in the direction that you should be going. So it's like one way of not getting lost. Okay. Alright, let's warp out. Alright, question is where do I want to go next? That's right, I do need to go to some of these divine towers. You know, I just realized I don't even know if I've done any of these yet. Yeah, Adam, we're making progress. Yep. So now that we've done Radon, we should be able to go to oh, actually, I still need to figure out where the other Dectus medallion is. Oh, the deck that's left is in Fort Height, so apparently I didn't go there. I got confused because it was on my map. Okay, I know exactly where that is. Yeah, so when you defeat those main bosses, they unlock these towers, and you can get their great runes. Boom. And then you can equip those great runes. So like this one right here, I don't think I actually did that. Let's go back here. So what you can do is you can equip the great runes. So great runes. Yeah, okay, so I haven't even done this yet. So the great runes have special properties. This raises my maximum HP, FP, and stamina. But that's only if you use a rune arc. There we go. So now you can see my health bar just got extended along with stamina, and on the top left, the rune has changed color, which means it's active. No horseback here. But I want to get to that tower in the distance. Man, 5,000 runes? That seems like a pretty good area to level up. Or grind out, I should say. Yes, it absolutely makes me stronger. Yeah. That's kind of the point of the great runes. Oh, I'm gonna vomit. Oh. Sorry, guys. And this is for Godric. Yep. He was an earlier boss prior to tonight that you guys weren't able to see. Okay, so I actually need to come out here. I thought I already did this, but apparently not. This is a good use case for my katana. There it is. We're inching our way closer to the DLC. Well, accessing it anyway. I could have done a lot of this a lot earlier if I didn't just, like, dilly-daddle. Yeah, it says hoist medallion now. You press Y. Ooh, it is nighttime. Okay. Because this guy's out. Alright, so we have another boss coming up right here. It's one of those big, like, rock dude looking, I'm sorry, rock bull looking things. Just trying to get rid of these guys because they'll actually follow you up to the boss arena. There's a guy up here that's always doing a T-pose. Ooh. Damn it. Yeah, when it comes to bosses on the overworld, you end up refighting a lot of the same bosses, but like I said earlier, they'll have different stats. They'll usually have more movesets the farther into the game that you see them. Basically the equivalent of like palette swapping in an old 16-bit boss. I think our favorite enemy reappears. Ow. Yeah, that beast that we just fought, he did definitely have some new moves. I noticed them. Oh crap, I came from this way? Oh, that's not what I was trying to do. Oh, jeez. Get me out of here. I thought it was going to come from like a different direction. Okay. Yeah, those guys can be a little rough. We're gonna fight them anyway. I just wanted to get to my next checkpoint. So a trick here is to... One of them's going to start walking down. There he goes. Alright, so that was 60,000 total. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, on a normal playthrough, those guys would have been a hell of a lot harder. But you gotta remember, I'm pretty overpowered right now. We've actually been pretty efficient with retaining our runes and actually using them for level ups and whatnot. Oh. Nice. Hey, Carlos, welcome back. Assuming you left. Yeah, I'm used to coming in through that door up there. But yeah, this is an interesting part because we get to fight a boss. One of our first main bosses. We get to fight him again right now. Except now we'll be on horseback, I think. Fighting them on a horseback just changes everything. Altus Plateau. So this will take me to the windmill town. Going through this area. And there's a boss at the top of that hill. Oh, that could be bad. Oh, okay. I actually don't need to go to the windmill town, but there is a boss and I want to fight him, so... God, I hate the catapult dudes with a passion. God damn it. Yeah, see, this is actually why I normally come in through this way. Is I'll typically go through the windmill area first. And that's what tripped me up. Well, that's satisfying. Man, I can even fight him on a horse? Okay. I've always fought this guy on foot. There are points later on in the game where they force you to fight him on foot. Like, we fought one in one of the Divine Towers. Fighting the bosses is definitely a good way to get some runes this late in the game. Alright. So there's a boss down here, but he's... I could skip him. Nothing special. Alright, so what I need to do is actually come down this way. we're going to do is loop all the way around to this bridge here. That's the actual entrance. And there's another boss guarding that door. Oops. Okay, now we go off course. Alright, here we go. This guy's a lot tougher than the other ones. Wow. I barely let him do anything. Alright guys, I'm going to step away again for a quick second. I'm getting pretty tired. My throat's kind of scratchy. I'm going to go get some water. I'm going to come back and then kind of think if I want to keep streaming or not. Yeah, it's about 11:30. I was expecting to go until about 12:30 or 1, but I've been up all day and Haven't been getting a lot of sleep this week, so I think it's starting to catch up with me. I'll be right back. Just give me a minute. Alright guys, I want to keep playing, but I think the wise decision would be for me to head out and try to get some sleep. It's still technically a work night for me. I gotta work tomorrow, 12 hours, and yeah, like I said, I haven't been getting a whole lot of sleep the last few nights in particular, so working all day, being up at 7 a.m. and it's almost midnight now, and streaming for 7.5 hours and talking for a lot of it. I can feel my voice getting raspy and my throat getting sore, so I think what I'm going to do is just kind of veg out, maybe watch some TV or something, and then just go to sleep. Maybe get some dessert or something, I don't know. But, I mean, we still made a lot of progress. What I'll probably end up doing is, because I do want to try to do a blind stream of the expansion pack. And maybe sometime tomorrow on my own, I'll keep trying to, you know, get through to the DLC stuff. Not play it, but just make sure I beat all the bosses I need to in order to unlock it. And then I'll do a blind stream from there. So I think that's probably going to be the game plan. But thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Like I said, I didn't expect a whole lot of viewership, and we didn't get a lot of viewership, but I appreciate a few of you guys being out there for most of the stream and keeping me company. So I'll probably do the rest on my own until I unlock the DLC, and then I'll come back with a blind stream of at least part of the DLC. I don't want to say I'm going to do the whole DLC on stream because I have no idea what's in store for me. For all I know, it could have some of the hardest bosses ever, and we're just going to get stuck at them, you know? So... But, you know, I'm looking forward to it regardless. I've been looking forward to the expansion for quite some time, and really looking forward to playing it, so... And, but yeah, like I said again, thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it. For anybody that missed it, I did upload a Tailspin playthrough on YouTube last weekend, so I'm going to link it in chat. Also, for anybody that is a channel member, you may have missed it, but I have another video just for channel members. So you channel members out there, I know there's a couple of you. If you missed that, you should go check that out too. And if you go to my main channel page, there's a channel member tab, and if you go there, all the videos that are for members only will populate there. So if you want some extra content that not many other people can watch, you know, check that out too. So, but yeah, I'll catch you guys later. Maybe tomorrow, if not, maybe Sunday. But we will see. I'm definitely going to pound away at more of this probably tomorrow. So stay tuned. But yeah, guys, take care. I'll see you soon. Bye.